It wasn't. It was just not taking input from the correct. Okay, let's hope that this is the end of our technical issues and that the capture card is working properly. Bloody hell! It feels that at the moment the stream is basically just trying to patch up. Yeah, just trying to patch up stuff. Oh, bloody hell, are you kidding me? Okay, that should make for a good separation between my voice and everything else. And yeah, okay, I do know where it's getting it from. Although I have the feeling that a microphone is a little bit more quiet than usual, but then again, I do need to come quite close to it. Okay, I hope this is going to be fine. If not, please let me know. So, let's have a look. There is some more Dread Queen, but nothing to capture. That is good. No more capturing Dread Queen. Grim Claw and bloody hell. I saved something and then... But you haven't saved it the way I want you to save it. Windows, get the fuck out. You were a lot easier before. If I don't want to upload something, Control S should still save it properly. Having said that, let's get on with the pleasantries of today, i.e. let's go hunting. Do 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 do. Okay, this might actually be the better choice. Let's hope so. Because it tends to be quite complicated to get this right. Don't want to have the mic overpowered so that it clips, but I also don't want to... Okay, there we are. Do we have anything? We have a possible ultra lucky cat without any strings attached. Here we go. Okay, I'll be taking along the traps with these, some flash bombs. Let's fill up the stock. Don't really need anything else for a direct... No. I do need something else for Dread King. Okay, here we are. And now, of course... And now, of course, I have... to do this. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, Baron. How is your Sunday? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far and a great rest of a Sunday ahead of you. Okay, let's bring the map along, even though I do know where the monsters start. I don't actually mind running into Catch a Watcher first. I just hope that Rathalos doesn't want to join the fray. Big reason is because Catch a Watcher is such an annoying one that I do not want to double battle him, so just removing him is the simplest solution. So you entered Lanedell. That is nice. So you've gone through some amount of game already. Don't want to spoiler you. If only this Catch a Watcher would stay still for a while. So you did go visit and explore around quite a bit. That is nice. The world is absolutely ripe to be explored. Oh, hello, Rathalos. You're not welcome here at the moment. Okay, I'm happy I got smacked by Catch a Watcher there rather than Rathalos. That it can be very much indeed. I think my first playthrough was about 80 hours, something like that. Fair. That is not going to be a slide that you're almost done or anything. It is, I am much more experienced in this type of game, so my progress was probably a lot more rapid. But it was a wonderful experience, and I missed like 3/4 of everything, I felt like. Which is indeed very typical for FromSoft games. They do want you missing stuff in a way. Or maybe more properly, they don't mind you missing stuff. Are you not going? Yes. Are you going to stop here? Don't. At least I know that this watcher is not going to be very annoying for very much longer. He is, of course, going to try and destroy the pillow. Successfully so. Okay, that's the catcher watcher off. Luckily, the kitties have been taking care of the Juggy and Juggia. Thank you. And now we have Dread King left. Hopefully he's not going to be too annoying. But if he is anything like the others, he's going to be a little bit annoying at least. There's a mine here, which is bloody hell. And he is... no charge. You mean this map I am fighting him on? It is a gorgeous map, yes, absolutely. Pretty much an... oh, that is not going to be... I enjoy... as I was trying to say, I enjoy fighting pretty much anything except Dread King on the map, but that is more because Dread King, at least at the moment, is super annoying more than anything else. I am currently farming basically all of the Deviants. I can give you a quick explanation later, but basically I've started a huge project so that I have a larger variety of weapons to choose from, not only the longsword, which requires me in some shape to have weapons that are acceptable to take along against basically any monster. So I decided to create, for some of the weapons categories, all of the deviant weapons. And then, since I know that the deviant skills are all very nice, I decided to do all of the... no, he screamed. Of course he's not going to be caught by that. To make all of the gunner armor deviant, the gunner variants of the deviant armors as well. Requiring a lot of the tickets, since they are put into differing levels from 1 to 15 for all of the deviants that have been in the base game, and that is going to not work. And Dread King is one of my least favorite because he's normal Rathalos. When he's flying like this, you can at least properly get behind. He's constantly adjusting. Okay, finally have him coming down there. There's a bloody trap prepared for you. Let's see if I can pull him into it now. Okay, very nice. That is not so good, but he is not yet sustained enough damage to be capturable, because up until now I didn't have many good moments to really pour damage in. Okay, let's see if I can get this shiny or if he'll interrupt me. I managed to snag it. That is actually very nice. Okay. He's aggressively trying to munch on me. Let's see. Okay. Saved by Dung Bomb, and he is moving out to wash off the stink. Can't blame him. Hopefully, no, that is not the area I wanted him to go to. But we need to dance with him a little bit more anyway, since he is not yet at the threshold to be captured. So at least I don't need to try and put a trap down here. And you come up, you oversized. Of course, he doesn't need to recover from the flash bomb to do that. Okay, up and down and up and down. Okay, at least when the wings are cracked you can take him down from flying with a flash bomb, but you have to do all of the effort to get him to that point. I don't mind you having put a trap down. Of course, those bloody stones will be getting me here as well. And anything that normally misses is still big enough to hit. Okay, if I could get him into the trap now, that would be grand. Kitties, no. Okay. There we go. It was unfortunately a capture quest, so killing him was out of the question. And he is now very nicely sleeping. Thank you very much, Band. So, getting all the tickets as well. Or 2 of the tickets. Yeah, I'll bring you along. The Melda will be very happy with you. Or, more precisely, Maximeld will be very happy. So, Dread King, I am missing the bow and armor completely. Okay, so basically, I'm trying to go from here to here for all of the weapons I've decided to do this for, i.e. Greatsword, Sword and Shield, Dual Blade, Hammer, Hunting Horn. As you can see the categories. The others, I'll cram some interesting stuff in here. Probably also some Deviants, but I'm not taking care of that right now. And then all of the armor here, which is not a lot just to get it created, because if that were all I really needed to do, I'd be well on the way to finished. But the problem is that you need tickets for upgrades, and now I can show it on the longsword. So I have a few completely finished longsword set, not all of it either, but that is they are not the bulk of the work anymore. Neither are the Blade Master armor. Level goes up to 15. You get 2 tickets per quest. Basically, there are some that give some more, but they are unreliable, and I prefer reliable ticket income, and there is no way for the lower ones especially to have a shortcut there, so I need to grind a lot. And out of 10, 15 go 10 go to 15, and another it's 12 and, or is it 10 and 6, I don't know, but another 6 go up to 5 levels. So there is a lot of work and grinding to do. I'm just going to put these into the talisman spots. I so wish I could meld directly from here. The Deviants are unique to GU, and I did finish basically the Longsword collection in Freedom Unite. I am well pushed, not exactly what is all missing in the current 4U save, but also there I've gone quite far yet, already. Yet is not quite the right way to put it. I did have a huge honey push. No, I don't really need more. And the melding pot is complete. Going to meld you, meld, and bomb boost. No, I'm not bombing, I don't need that. I also have something I'm looking for in the talisman, so putting up a lot of work with those two, at least getting the meld cycles in. There's a lot for me to be melding right now. I wanted to keep Maestro, so nothing more to do here. I hope that I have enough in the Juju melding to get to fill up the rest of the melding spots here. One more, I should have one more. Okay. That's it for the talisman care right now. I need to update the table for Dread King. Let us then at least go on with the list, and that currently is Deadeye Yangaruga. Whom at least currently is a joy to fight, and would be even nicer if I needn't capture him. Okay, nothing. Medic, anything. Nothing special yet. Or nothing special at the moment, at least. Deadeye, capture. Luckily in this case, in the volcanic hollow, we can absolutely ignore Tetsukabra. He is not going to be showing up where Garuga likes to hang out. And we are quick enough that Garuga is not going to fly down into the lower reaches of the hollow. And up we need to go. Seriously, now that I think about it, I probably should have taken an antidote or two now that I don't have them. He's going to poison me more often than I like. I don't like him standing in the entrance there. I'd much rather him to come sprinting out again. Not quite yet. Ah, decent enough. Okay, that is the tail break. Yes, okay. As long as I do need to take care of the tail, he is bloody annoying to charge up on. But he now got a heck of a lot easier. I'm saying here as he tail swipes poisons me again. Elden Ring is huge, even compared to other FromSoft Souls-likes, and they never were like, oh no, that is all going to be... Well, they had one expansion, and that is usual for them to have, but they were not... They were very good with value, basically always have been, but and don't worry about missing out on stuff. There are more times you can come back to it and see more. Okay, you fall down. There are decisions that you can make, but they won't very much be like, oh, this is going to unlock this ending. It is going to be clear how, afterwards at least, how that decision led to that ending. But it is more, rather than, if, for example, if you were going into different directions, it is not, okay, now you need to choose your ending, but you will need to make choices over the course that then will lock out endings and lock you into one of them. Okay, bloody hell, where did the tail come off? Over here. But it is not you won't be at a decision point where it's clear now I'm choosing which ending I'm going towards. They are... FromSoft is a lot more subtle with that. In their Souls Elden Ring series, Armored Core, since it is a linear progression, is a lot more clear that a certain mission will lead you and lock you into a certain ending. So, but here it is very much some of the choices you made will lock you out on endings, and then, for example, you not finding a certain NPC or killing them, because there is no NPC that you cannot kill, might lock you out for different endings. No, if you are far enough that you have locked in her ending, it will not be able to overwrite it, and the other quest will at one point start to not continue because of choices you have made. Either the NPCs don't like you and won't give you the quest continuation. There is no... There is a mutual exclusiveness for the endings, but once you have locked in one or finished one quest line, that doesn't... You don't have the option anymore to overwrite it. Okay. Let's hope the trap will remain for long enough. And that is Deadeye captured. Thank you very much. This more organic approach from FromSoft in these games is something I really enjoy. Rather than coming to a point and being like, now you have to choose an ending. Choose ending red, blue, or grey. Your actions throughout the game open and close possible quests for you, which then influence which ending you will have. A lot more organic than Crossroads different endings now. Yep, I think you will have to play it a few more times, and you'll see how the world will react to you making different choices over time then. So that was Deadeye and the last... Don't tell me I had this already. Bloody hell. Okay, didn't save that in the table. Wouldn't have needed to make this particular quest again. Yeah, there are moments like that when you go like, but I absolutely like that FromSoft, rather than being, oh no, you are this is not very nice. We're not going to allow you to kill this NPC because he's important for our for this side quest we had planned. He's there just like, yeah, okay, he's dead now. No more quests from him. And while I can understand some people not liking that very much, I absolutely adore that approach. That's it. That ticket is for this bow. Might honestly as well go for it. And let us... I hope everybody has some pots they can put on. Carmetau crab is incoming. Let's use another voucher, although I do need at one point to have a look at the post filling outside. Well, let's have a look right now. Let's see what he will give me. Okay, he doesn't seem swamped with... Okay, I'm saying he doesn't seem swamped, and then... he does give me a lot. High rank 5. Please tell me there is no crab here. Yes, absolutely. I tend to distinguish two types of... no, that's not quite right. I have two things I look for in a game: story and gameplay. And really good gameplay can override the meager story, as in Monster Hunter, or a strong story can override meager gameplay. But Elden Ring and Dark Souls before it is one of the examples where you have this confluence of gameplay and story that meshes so very nicely. Which is, I think, one of the big reasons why these games are so well liked. Okay, I hope the crab hasn't moved. It is. Unfortunately, you cannot ask them to play Elden Ring or any other game of those. And because they will not be able to understand what is going on, they will not be having the prerequisite knowledge or muscle memory for button presses and all of that, even to get through that. So but yeah, I am I from time to time really think about what could be done to really improve with that. But in the end, I do think there'll be always people who don't understand a certain medium. There are people who don't like books. There are people who don't like movies. Although the modern Hollywood is not really putting in a big effort to try and change that. Yeah, that is something where... Yeah, no, you're so used to a certain scheme that it is hard, sometimes even hard to convey why we're doing things in a certain way, why the controls are arranged a certain way. Thank you very much. And that is... Yeah. In a way, I don't think there is a good way except to get a little bit more experience. And Portal is a really good game for beginners. From the forgiveness it gives you for controls and everything, but yeah. It will need time to get the skills up, and during that time there might be moments of frustration when the controls don't seem to be obeying your commands. Okay, that is 4 more melding, and I am going to quickly adjust the camera, so I'm just going to disappear for a second. It is sitting down very crookedly. Much better. Okay. Let us finish up the bow and update. So, Stone Fist bow, there we are. Stone Fists. There we go, up to 4. I need 2 more level 3 kills of Dread Queen. Let's go take care of that. Or at least of one of them. Do we have anything? No, Dragon gives me this page. Nothing really great here. So yeah. Having new people come into gaming is going to be a bit of a challenge, especially since there are no good starter games anymore. Although there never really have been a lot of starter quests, of starter games. But the current industry isn't helping itself with how they're structuring everything and how obtuse they can be, and cramming a game full of everything possible is not going to be for somebody trying their first game, is not going to look like a land of endless opportunity, but an impossible list where they don't even know where to start with. So at least the AAA scene is not doing very well in helping to bring new people in. So, while Portal 2 is one of the best games, it might be less frustrating having her play some of the story as well, to get used to the controls a little bit more. But that then, of course, is always as I said, I think Portal 2 is a good place to start out with. The issue is that if you're in a multiplayer, then for the new person it might always feel like they're more of a hindrance, since they're not as precise, they're not as fast. And unfortunately, a lot of people, they're going to feel like that even with reinsurance, that the other person, they are going to be personally feeling like that, and that is something I don't really have a good solution to. So single player, and honestly a lot of older games would be my suggestion for first-person shooters. I'll be starting either with early Halo because it has a lot of story as well. So 1, 2, and 3 would be good starts for FPS if the person likes combat FPS, or something like the first Unreal, because it gives a very similar feeling of discovery, like Elden Ring. It is linear and that have levels, but those levels are very nicely set out, and the story is very much told through the environment and stuff. So As for games in general, I think one of the suggestions would either be old games like Super Mario 64, I think, is a good one. The Super Mario World, another good one. I would not go with games that have no save states. That would understandably become very frustrating. And these games are not... They have more thought still put in for how people would approach it if they have not played games before. Which is one of the larger weaknesses of modern games. That a lot of them don't have that thought put into them anymore. Fair, because mostly it is very likely that somebody's either going to be explaining them how to use it or how to play it, or it's going to be somebody who has already a lot of experience themselves. But it is suboptimal. If it is a person that likes stories, I'd be picking... And you're trying to show how good game storytelling can be. Honestly, I think Tales, A Legend of Heroes... Sorry, The Legend of Heroes, I think the proper title would be a good game series. You do not have the endings like Elden Ring or similar games like that, because the story tends to be a lot more linear in these games, but it is a very good story nevertheless. But honestly, that is an aspect. What story game would I be suggesting for a beginner that I have not really thought about much? Okay, I'm happy I don't have to capture her. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I'm not finding an answer to the question. I've been mulling over what it would be a good story game for a beginner. I do think that I'm coming to the conclusion that a game that is simpler in its controls, so more older games, because, well, the console for handhelds, or the controller for fixed consoles. We're taking out PC games, even though they were also in a way had less buttons, but PC with a keyboard had always the opportunity to be very much swamping you in control options. So for a beginner, for example, I think it's a lot easier to get into an old GBA game than a modern, even Call of Duty or Order 1886, which was a release title which felt very much, to me at least, a game they were hoping to have new people come in. Which would not have worked out terribly well, I think. That fixed that. That gave me 2 more level up here. Drill task is actually still okay. Let's go for a Thunderlord capture here. And let's go with this sword and then Justice Amulet, sorting it out. Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining me, for watching, for hanging out, and have a great rest of your Sunday as well. You're welcome. Okay, I have a lucky cat here. Thinking about it, honestly, even something like the early Zeldas or the Zeldas for Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, i.e. Link's Awakening, the Oracle of Season and Ages, would be, or if you go further back, yes, also original Zelda would be a much better starting point for anybody new to video games than Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Especially also since those games have also the issue with the word complexity, with navigation complexities that are not as obtuse, and that, I don't mean that in a bad way, but an open world, a 3D open world where you can freely climb everything is a lot more hard to navigate than a world that manages to box you in a lot more, where it won't feel to you that maybe if I knew a clever trick I could get past this, and maybe everybody else knows it and I'm stupid. You have the pitfall trap. I'm just thinking, should I be bringing anything else for him? I don't think I need to. So the older games do seem to be a lot more approachable. I was missing something. I knew it. Something in the back of my head was like, you're missing something. Now I know what I was missing. I would have needed to bring hot drinks. So okay, I have a lucky cat. Their crazy lucky cat is not on my list, to be honest. But I think I'll just take Thunder defense improvement over anything else with what I am wearing. So if you have anybody who you want to be able to show the value and the fun in video games, older games I think are a much better bet than newer games, or something RPGs like Pokemon. Even the newer ones, I find them a lot more annoying. And if I have a few things that I find niggly annoying, I think a beginner would also might also be annoyed by that, or it is just, or that might also just be a thing of habit. I think silly games like Rock of Ages or puzzle games like Baba Is You or Patrick's Power Box might also be good starting points for new players. Strategy games, honestly, something like Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander, and then moving on to Forged Alliances. Their tutorials are really, really nice, so that is a big advantage they have over, for example, Command and Conquer, which is very tutorial light. Okay, I am absolutely not finding the punching bag. In a weird way, now that I think about it, something like Factorio, Satisfactory, or License to Program might also be suitable for new players, because the main skill is not the controls, but the problem solving aspects of it, and you can take some time to learn the rest. But I don't know, it might very much be that because of the complexities of these games, a lack of control is going to lead to frustration rather than anything else. Okay, I jumped right into that one. What also might be very nice for a person coming into video games might be something like the original Ace Attorney. Because while it doesn't have a huge branching story, you have an impact on a lot of what happens in the game. You have to find all the clues. It's a mixture of sometimes a hidden object and some detective work, some point and click. But I think most importantly, it is not demanding a high degree of input, control and understanding. Oh, bloody hell. Of course, Mr. Thundermaster hits me with that. Okay, power has decreased. I need to sharpen up. I'm still thinking about games for beginners because partially why I'm doing the story games under the week is to show how great the stories can be told in games, or yeah, how good they can be made to be. And this is an approaching ouch story. Yeah, of course. No. Bloody hell. Let's get out of here. So it is, I think, a tangential question, and I think a question that also deserves to be given some thought. Honestly, now that I think about it, Minecraft might also be a very good first game, but that might be easier for children and teenagers to get into rather than adults. We do need to accept the differences there if we want to make good recommendations. Let me heal you, bloody oath. That works for me. Okay, let's bring the shiny and tail. I hope he doesn't fall into that pitfall trap by himself. I don't think Bayonetta is a very good game to... Of course he fell into it. Of course. Or it blew up. I don't know for either. Let's... Okay, it wasn't top. In time? Oh, not in time. And there isn't a sub-quest. Okay, bloody hell. Let's have a look if I have missed the arrival of the supplies. I don't think I'd be that lucky. Of course not. Okay, is there anything I can do to convince him to move out early? Let's have a look. wait for a minute or so if he comes along. Okay, which means that I can go back to my thoughts from before that together with the even if he runs away there, if the trap is in his way there, it won't be an issue. Or I completely underestimated the speed with which he wanted to run away. Yes, we know where he is. Thank you very much. Something like Secret of Monkey Island is always, it's more or less an ageless game, but there are idiosyncrasies that we have solved better by now. Then maybe its replay would be a lot more valuable for a new player. Okay, there are the supplies. I'll be waiting until this trap either gets destroyed or... Because I do... the last thing I want is I destroy this trap and I set another in there and he comes out. Yeah, the CRPGs are always very... troublesome because they are by their nature very complex games. Okay, he ran the wrong direction. Let's go fetch the supplies and cage him, hopefully. With a little bit of luck, by the time I come back, he's gone back to sleep. Allowing me to just set the trap, have him fall into it, and then trank him. And seriously, something like Super Mario Bros. Or Land, I think, is the best jumping in point for a new player, although that has a lot... maybe Super Mario Land 3 might be the best starting point for a new... for a person that has not had the opportunity to play video games before. Donkey Kong Land might be another option. Okay. He's out for the count. Meaning that I can just pitfall him and be done with it now. Just a hit to ensure he hasn't healed up too much. For RPGs, I'd like to suggest something like Elder Scrolls or something like that, because I do enjoy the... Okay. Maybe I do need to give some context for viewers, especially new viewers. RPG-wise, coming very much from a JRPG, but also a D&D background. I played D&D before I played any of the Elder Scrolls. Although I played Icewind Dale and Neverwinter Nights before, and so for RPGs that is my main background and my coloring, because the Elder Scrolls is offering a ton of freedom, which is very, very enjoyable, and I think, and for me, part of what makes the core of an RPG. You being able to make your own choices, and for me that is a very important part. Of RPGs. Okay. I actually need to capture Dread Queen less times than I need to do Thunderlord. And there is also still Glavenos. I think what I'm going to do is one Grimclaw and then Glavenos, and then see where we stand and what I'll be doing. Probably some Stone Fist and then Dread Queen. We'll see, we'll see. But I think the question is, what is a good... Okay, you're a general attack plus. Dragon, thunder, water, fire there in the middle. It is Tigrex. Equipment. That's what I wanted. That's where I had the hang up of where is the stuff I am doing right or want right now. Okay. Bloody hell, I apologize for not knowing where my equipment is saved or stored. Better. Okay. So I do think I need to check my inventory. I have not. Just reset it again. I'm very happy to see that. But honestly, even Monster Hunter is not a good game for beginners. You're either terribly interested, in which case you'll have somebody who tried on its own, or you have the yeah, I'm feeling like I'm a burden and everything needs to be explained to me. It is a very good thought experiment at the moment, though, and discussion topic, because there is enough to speculate about and talk about and so on. And to be fair, I think the only way to really so CRPGs, if you don't have any prior tabletop experience, I think are out as first game. Bloody hell, stop. Something like the first 2 Star Oceans might actually not be a bad idea for starting RPGs. But again, all of the starting RPGs that are coming to mind are JRPGs. Just because CRPGs or open world RPGs like the Elder Scrolls series are in comparison terribly complex games. Again, which is not terribly surprising if you take a look at their origin, but it doesn't make them a good fit for somebody who is has a currently more curiosity passing far too early interest in games rather than really feeling like no, this is something I now want to try because this exists. And that was the case. That was a lot more the case earlier. Okay, let me give a heal here. That's all that potion. Because seriously, even though it is one of the earlier games, something like Icewind Dale is terribly complicated, especially since it uses the older Dungeons and Dragons versions, which let me put it like that. Even I didn't have a lot of experience with those. I started 3.5. And while the changes, 3.5 is nowadays regarded as a terribly complicated edition, and it's my favorite, not only because I started with it, but because in general I do think it strikes a much better balance between complexity, personalization, and possible world building. It bloody hell has a functioning economy. Okay, no idea how I should have handled. I should have really handled that. Okay, I'll just get out and have a little bit of a breather, please. Bloody hell. Look, if you're annoying me now... I don't mind removing you from the drone gene pool. Maybe if we go seriously further back, we might have a good... We might have something like... the early text adventures, which might be simple enough, but even there, a lot of... A lot of those games are already quite complex, even if the inputs aren't. Maybe, and that is a big maybe, I'd be very annoyed, but maybe for a newcomer it takes away the need to follow the story, and to be good at the game already would be something like advancing a save of Skyrim up to, oh, what's the name of the first village again? Riven something? And just starting there and not explaining anything about the main quest or anything like that. Skyrim actually might be the best there. Even though I personally don't like its simplistic systems all that much, it might be what a beginner needs. Although Oblivion might be able to do the same. Bloody hell. There's one broken claw. Ought to be a second broken claw. Okay, we have the supplies, so if I were to whiff this trap, I do have another one waiting for me. Okay, you're coming here. Okay, capture successful, last ticket secured. Something like Metroid Fusion for beginners of Metroidvanias. Symphony of the Night, honestly, might also not be a bad candidate for that. Since, at least for the Castlevania audience, it was a new concept. Although it can get pretty complex with everything. That being said, the question is, does it start easy enough? Which it might or might not. That's a lot of screamers. Which honestly isn't bad. That means a lot of sonic bombs. I am coming back round and round and round that for RPGs, it is very clear that JRPGs have a lot less of a burden to entry than the Western kind of RPGs. Let's have a quick look. I'm not exactly sure where I am with the meld. Okay, halfway through. That means that these are done. So we can we'll put them in, and I think I'll be putting up a honey trait. Just need to choose somebody decently enthusiastic, and I'll be going another sap plant run. Okay, now we will be switching over our weapons to go charging at Glavenus a little. We're switching to water, and we are bringing more traps because he also needs to be trapped. Bloody hell, now that I've made a push for Dread King, he is the one lagging the most behind, which honestly is not as much of an issue as Dread King lagging behind, because I do enjoy fighting him a lot more than Dread King. For 3D games, actually, something like, as I already mentioned, Super Mario 64 or Spyro the Dragon might be on the ideal side. And I'd honestly go with Super Mario. Although, then again, Nintendo does take a lot of care that everybody can jump into their Mario games, to the point that a lot of people are complaining that they're not challenged enough by the regular games anymore. Well, that is what happens if you play terribly hard ROM hacks that require deadly tricks left and right. I'm still not entirely sure what I should be taking here. Let's go just with black belt. I really ought to clear this out at one point properly. Capture. I'll be ignoring Gendrome, to be honest. It's hard to say whom is whom. I think 5 and then 10. 5 is Hellblade, 10 is Gendrome. Bloody hell, I'm getting hammered twice here. Honestly, now that I think about it, something like Tetris might also be might also be nice to get people into games. It's very simple, easy to understand, a ton of fun, even though I haven't played Tetris likes in a while. Okay, you are an idiot. chasing my prey away. And giving me a ton of trouble with it. You... Okay, he's going to go lie down. I'll be killing it. Okay, idiot gone. He won't be coming in and annoying us again. The issue is that if I'm thinking back to the games I first played, there's stuff like Sokoban, Tetris, Commodore games like Butty or bloody hell. All of which, honestly, Butty might be something I want to give a. Oh, I'm going to give that a place on the list for Christmas for sure. As an Arkanoid. Okay. We're having the big issue. I don't want to call it a... In a way, yes, it was. Its inspiration is very much, yes, Arkanoid. On the other hand, though, it's not also a formula you can do a ton with. And it still looked different from any of the true Arkanoid, like little games that carry the Arkanoid title. And then, so I had the Batty, I had Major Strike at one point. Tetris, Atomics, which I never really saw as an educational game. And honestly, I haven't learned anything from that. It's a puzzle game where you have to put atoms together. Maybe if I had been older and as a teenager with chemistry, maybe that would have helped me. because it might have been a fun way to remember chemical formulas. That was a complete whiff. Okay, and are we getting these because they're going to be despawning soon? Oh no, no, oh bloody hell, one of them already did. One of them already did despawn there. Then I remember Super Mario Windows Pinball as a game we played a lot. What else did we have on that list Dad put together for us back in the day? Oh yeah, Battle Chess. Holy hell, that would not be a game I would be setting up for my kids nowadays. Chess, yes, but not that particular brand of chess. Bloody hell, that was and is brutal. And I remember we had days where we had a lot more fun just setting up combinations of piece takes piece to see the animations over playing a lot of chess in that game. The computer, even in such an old game, if you're a beginner, an absolute beginner, it is going to be able to just pummel you to... It's just going to pummel you down, basically. Okay, very happy for that. And that is a successful capture, even if he marches off the trap. Okay, that is another one captured. Okay. Although you're coming back, thank you very much for the souvenirs. Basically, next. Okay, upgrade. That is the hunting horn. bloody hell. Passed it already. Really got worried there for a second. Okay, we have so many tail pieces. I am absolutely going to waste them. Hunting horn and then a lance. Okay, so Stonefist is up next. And while going over a lot of the stuff here, it feels like some of my childhood games are still absolutely beginner friendly. Let's put it like that, that they would still be games that I would suggest for people who have not played a lot of games before. Biomenace, I think, was in there as well, now that I think about it. Some of them are definitely not beginner friendly. Be it, I am very sorry for that, be it because of their obtuse rules or controls, because a lot of older games are not really good with that. Tomb Raider. Let's try to get Wickener along. So there is... Not just because it's an old game means it's a good game for beginners. And you do need to make a bit of a difference there. Cosmo might not be bad. It wasn't the best game though. Do I need to bring anything special? I don't need to capture you. I'll just need to kill you. There's a drone, a chuffer drone somewhere else in the area with you. That is fine. Yeah, I think this is going to just be dandy. Oh yeah, there is jump. No idea when we got that. GP. Fair enough. Racing games, now that I think about it, I don't think we need to worry too much about to find beginner-friendly ones. If you have somebody who likes the idea of a racing game, a lot of them will do. Although I wouldn't suggest Forza because... Okay, bias, I like Gran Turismo a lot more, but Gran Turismo was always... bloody hell. I was always a lot more circuit racing. And my favorite racing game for a long time was Gran Turismo. Whoops. I'm getting jump flattened here. Mad Mac. Although honestly, it didn't have the best hitboxes. Wasn't a terrible game, but it had issues. Jet might actually be, or the jetpack games might actually be nice enough, but honestly, if you're looking for a platform, I think you can do a lot better than those games. Ski, the Asteroid games. Oh, Blockout. You fucking drone. If he moves, I'm getting watered again. Yeah, sorry about the cough there. Major Strike is definitely something fun for shoot 'em ups and so on. If you do that on knee jumps, you have no chance. Oh yeah, there was that howitzer game. Not sure if that was the actual name. Okay, bloody hell, I'm not going to get... Okay. I'm just not going to break that claw. And fate doesn't want me to break it. And of course he's marching past the set trap. Mice Maze was not one of the original games, but it is also nice enough. Secret Agent is nice. The original Duke Nukem. Bloody hell. Okay. Since the crab bloody retreated. Goodbye, drone. Okay, at least something. Tyrion is not old. I might really go through a lot of my... I might do that for... So, I did the a celebration of video games streams at the beginning of summer. And I do think that I am going to do something similar again. Well, I know that I want to do something similar again for Christmas. And I think one of the two earliest streams is going to be my childhood games and games that I would suggest for beginners. I'll need to put stuff together. Bloody hell is that thing tall? Big, not tall but wide. Let's break the other floor here and I'm happy with it. Okay, and he is going off to have some nap time. And there comes the big crab. And there's a small crab that was annoying. Hopefully you're carving that one first. Okay, we're not carving it first, but it stayed long enough that I could carve it. Before dissolving into nothingness. Okay. I am not missing in claws though, in hard claws from him. Or in stone fist claws, I'm not exactly sure. And we have a new record for Chefferdrome here. In a way, not unhappy. In another one, I'm fuming because that was absolutely not necessary and I shouldn't have needed to kill it. Okay. Let's have a look. That was 4. All that is left to bring to that level are the armor pieces. Let's be proper here. Where are we? Drill Tusk Stone Fist. Okay. Let's do Thunderlord Hellblade. Yeah, I think I'll do it. Thunderlord, then another Hellblade. Do need to put you into position to be melded. And then ice. We need an ice element weapon here. Okay, that was actually perfect. I'm going to pay with money. I have so much more money than I have points. Thunder, I'll be taking that. I am taking Polisher and Supplier. I already had the mishap with the trap last time. I'm not going to go through that again. There we are with some hot drinks. I need another pitfall trap and I need trank bombs, of course. Special permit, Thunderlord capture. Yeah, 'tis cold. So let's have some nice hot drink and then coffee or tea as per. Oh, that's not okay. He's charging up. That is, while not great, it is okay. Okay, I just remembered I have to cap. Okay, I do want to break the second horn before I go for the back. And of course, that one is... Bloody hell. That was shabby. But there wasn't anything I could do. He bloody stunned me and then he decided to cart me. Okay, at least I don't need to worry about using a stake now. I see, I have forgotten to take the hot drink. I'll need to chug that when I come up here. Unfortunately, but I had to take that risk now. Okay, I've managed to charge myself up very quickly again. And I have 2 traps, so wasting one is not going to be a huge issue. Okay, I hope I get the time to set it up properly now. Okay. This one has set up properly, and this time I don't need to worry too much. One and 2. Getting knocked over by the idiot here. Oh yeah, that is another one. Its German name is Topfen. A drop. Or drop, a drip or drop. Why did I have drip in mind? I don't know, but a drop, you have to guide a water drop through a maze of obstacles into a bucket so that it can basically move on. I don't know exactly what the surrounding stuff was, but it was a very fun game. It was a very fun game for its gameplay. There we go. There is the play I needed. Thunderlord. That is 2 more weapons, and that would be light bowgun. Here we are. And the bow. And I'm pretty sure we'll be slightly overboard. But we'll see for the details. So I said Glavinus next. We're at 6 or 7. We're at 8. Okay. 2 more. First off will be Hellblade capture, so shock trap. There is again prey there, but that doesn't need anything special, and the desert is also not in a position to require me to bring anything additional. Okay. Let's voucher this up. There is indeed nothing interesting. Do we have anything interesting here? Honestly, crazy lucky cat. I am beyond needing to worry about that. Nothing, so please be... At least I'm not getting knocked back. And I am stupid enough to just put the stuff badly away. Special permit, Hellblade capture. Prince of Persia I'll be putting in there with their planner. Although that showcasing that one is not going to be easy, since since it's a German game, purely German, and a lot of people, understandably in a way, do not really speak German. The native German population is not that big, and it is not a language of science or so anymore. So the need to speak it is rather smaller than it used to be. And I probably could also go on to a rant as to why I find mobile games absolute poison, especially for children. And I'll be... You just leave me alone, okay? I just wanted to pick up the drop here. Oh. Okay, let me pick up the shiny. Please, please, please. Okay. Okay, we put a trap down for the idiot, so let's use it. The cats are as annoyed by Gendrum as I am. And he is as good as down, so... Revenge is coming. Seriously, since we're so close to the entrance, I'll be going to fetch some of the supplies. Honestly, I haven't given a lot of thought in a long time. Are there a lot of new games that I'd be honestly comfortable with children playing? Because Fortnite, no. Fortnite is officially 18 plus, 13 plus. 13, 14. Yeah, okay. Not too bad of an age. Although it is an MMO, and I do not think that any... it's technically not an MMO, but it is... No, it is massively multiplayer online. That is, after all, what MMO stands for. It is not an MMORPG, but it is an MMO. And as an MMO, you need a higher age. Honestly, even for social media, 13 is too young. We'd need at least a 16 minimum, honestly. With how bad it has become, it may be necessary to implement plus 18 for a generation for social media. Okay, it was worth trying to take that risk. Okay, that boom was a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Bloody hell. Trying to focus now. Okay. And he is moving out. Okay, I can capture him now. Up. Are you kidding me? I bloody dodged that one. Maybe I wasn't moving enough for it to count, but I did bloody dodge that one. Look, I'm going to have him fall asleep now. He's not sleeping in 4? Oh, that's now making it even more annoying. Is he coming over here? I thought he didn't sleep here. Okay. Please be leaving that area. You want to go to sleep. Let me take the time to sharpen. Okay, he moved on. Hello and welcome in, Fury. How are you? I wonder why you didn't get into Stream Elements is again being silly, I see. Thank you very much for the lyric. And it is that is absolutely fine. Homework does absolutely come first. Don't worry about it. This is by far not the last stream I'll make, so you're welcome to join me next week or any of the weeks I'm streaming. You have time for it. You're welcome to join, and you don't need to worry too much about missing here or there. Your thought, though, is very much appreciated, so thank you. Yeah, I wonder what it is, to be honest. The plugin has been quite buggy recently. Then again, it is what it is, and there is not much I can do from where I'm sitting to fix it. Okay, got a lot of Gendrum stuff here. Much prefer he not getting into my way, but it is what it is. He has returned, so let's pick up our souvenirs. Another souvenir hunter. And we'll have a look at spending the tickets I just was awarded. So that would be Insect Glaive and Light Bowgun, if I see that correctly. Ashen Accuser, indeed. I have still so many of those tail pieces that I absolutely don't mind using them for this. Two and two. Okay, I'm just checking something. I have not, meaning that I am... Okay. If I count through it, it should make sense, but for now... Item sets, that's what I was looking for. So I have 2 more Dread King captures, and then I'll be done with him, with captures for him. Might need to find a way to put the microphone here rather than over here, because if I turn, I become a lot more quiet, I think. Yeah, that being said, there is one more Stone Fist required up here. Honestly, I think I'll go with Silver Wind. Thunder being his big weakness, if I remember correctly. Thunder indeed. Thunder, I said. There we go. And in a way, I still need to get a lot more just saying what I have in. Will I get that? Do I take the risk? Come on, gimme. Nothing, I think. Honestly, it feels unfair for that then to activate as well, but that ought to take care of that. Silver Wind and then Red Queen, I think. Or two Silver Winds in this case. No, I don't even need to take the Ancient Potion. Sure, I'm munching on some steaks, but I do not have the reduced life, so I don't mind munching steaks. Okay, here we go. As usual, charging up, and then since I don't need to worry about capturing it, making for a lot more relaxed hunt. Okay, luckily I did not take that as a single attack. That's a cracked eye, or at least a scarred eye. Bloody hell, I was hoping that would hit. Okay, that one is down as much as capturable. I'm so happy I don't need to worry about that. So I can just enjoy the waltz a little bit longer. Okay, first one down. I'll be sharpening up here. I do not want to encounter the second one with only blue sharpness. Not that I'll have much issue with the fur or anything of cutting through, but the damage potential has been reduced by more than enough at that point. And I did bring whetstones, so I do not have an excuse not to sharpen. Now I've really gotten into thinking, I know it was not, the question was not all that deep, but I am not a fan of tablet gaming for children, absolutely not. And a lot of that has to do with a lot of the approaches of mobile games, with not spending up front, but spending as you play, be that via gachas or be that via you're needing to buy time units or watch ads to buy time units. It's unfortunately not a very good environment for children, even if the games themselves are inoffensive. Let's put it like that. Okay, he's avoiding me a lot right now. Let's see if I can get him into the trap before the trap burns out. Don't think so. For whatever reason, I am a little bit skeptical of me being able to pull him over. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, he likes jumping so much. Come over. Okay, now he's in and I am. Not in a situation to punish that properly. Okay, let's try that again. This time it worked a lot better. It is. Okay, this one was a lot more tough on that part. Hello, Yono, welcome, and I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. He is making me jump about quite a bit. Let me sharpen before he comes down. I did not expect to connect there, but if Narga jumped low enough for that to hit, I am not going to complain. And let's see if he manages to go back. He does not. He has the decency to remain here and not have us chase after him one more time. So that is a few more silver win tickets, allowing us to improve 2 weapons. I don't want to, I'm not really regretting it, but I was unaware of how much of an effort I'll have to do to get all of the equipment I have committed myself to. I am having a good day, thank you, Yono. I did not quite get the amount of grinding I'd have to do correct, and that is basically because of you only getting 2 tickets. And the only way to guarantee the tickets you want to see at the current stage is to grind the appropriate level. And I just didn't put the math down on how much that actually would come out to be. On the other hand, it's quite a lot of fun of going through them one by one by one. So there is ups and downs to having to hunt so many deviants here. Okay, that is a upgrade for the great sword. I know exactly what you mean. Okay, I did not quite see it as a race, but I was not quite aware of how long of a marathon it was. Let me. I think it was more like I was expecting it to be maybe like half a marathon, and then it turns out to be an Ironman or something like that. Okay, the paint berries, nobody's trading for them, so that's okay. The melding pot is over, that is what I wanted to take a look at. Sharpness 7. Elemental 6. Dragon resistance, that is nice. Dragon attack and light eater is not good enough. Okay. That is 1. That is 2. 3. Okay. Okay, can't put another one together. This though works, as does this. I do hope that I have enough talismans to fill up the request bar here. 2 more, so 6 more I need, and I am only getting 1 for sure. I had enough. Okay. That is dragon resistance. That is going to go in there. So dragon, thunder, water, ice. I am missing fire resistance and the attack ups. Okay. Let us push 1 more Dread Queen. Oh, then I will be able to start her level 4 difficulty quests. Do we have anything interesting here, especially without any strings attached? No. That is unfortunate. Exchange. Yeah, it is black belt after all. Three here, and then just a normal set is enough for her. No, it's not. I ought to have brought some antidotes. I'll be getting 2, and I hope that is enough. But I absolutely ought to have organized myself a few more. So yeah, I am wondering because I said before that I do dislike phones as a gaming platform, but I especially dislike them for children. And I am thinking, is there a better option for it? And I just remembered that while they were unfortunately not very good back then, you had children's versions of, for example, computers, laptops, which were terribly limited in their capacity and, in my opinion, they were not really worth the money. You could very easily have a basic tablet where you add just a little bit of hardware, basically Nintendo Switch style, and now you just need lots better games for the platform. Yeah, no, and it's not just having the platform, it is also having games for it. And while being like, yeah, it could be an Android platform and you have a ton of games for it, all of those games are... most of those games are not... games that are... Okay, that was slightly the wrong angle. Yeah, there is... yeah, I do understand what you mean. But I was thinking maybe if you had... But then again, I completely forgot that it's not just the device currently, but the current crop of games on these devices that is complete garbage as well. Okay. I was too aggressive there trying to get the evade and then getting smashed a little bit here. I do want this shiny. That is not going to work. You can't squeeze water out of a stone. And that means that the current crop is not really going to be doing a lot with modern consoles. I think even the Switch is not. I don't. Okay, I am not a financial expert, but the numbers they have published have not been very well received, and a lot of people are saying that the Switch 2 and all of the issues is not doing very well because whether, but even there, that price is not. The price point is not very reasonable. Could be another rant. The current desire of the industry of raising prices across the board when... Okay, that was my fault. I was rolling far too early there. And I think the worst problem is the entitlement of a lot of companies to how shall I put that, to us spending money on them specifically, and then not having anything that is worth anything near the price. And I'm not saying that some of the modern games don't look good or so, but it is only the graphics that have been polished, not the performance, not the gameplay. My current biggest example of that is Monster Hunter Wild, because it's still not running properly, and hadn't I streamed it, I wouldn't have thought it worth the price. And that is... I don't like needing to say that a game that I've played is not worth its asking price and that I can't recommend it for other people to buy it. And because of that combination, not as many people wanting to buy the games because the quality is not what it was anymore, and a lot of the business practices of chasing pure profit to the neglect of anything else will lead to a lot of issues. I mean, this might have been one of the most of the years where there has been the fewest releases I was really excited for. There have been some. But okay, let's put it like that. I didn't even expect Silk Song to be coming out this year, but here it is, and it, despite my skepticism, has been fantastic. But, and then, like, big name publishers, not really anything where it really was like, yeah, I do trust you and this is going to be just a great game, and that is honestly, together with the movement the industry is doing and wanting to increase prices, I don't think that is anywhere near justified. And then the plethora of people complaining when people are like, yeah, I'm not buying that game, or I'm not interested in your newest release of Call of Duty Battlefield. I'd much rather keep playing an older one. Will do, Fury. Give me a second, I'll just be finishing this. Oh, this great Macau should not. Okay. Should not continue to live for very much longer. There we are. Yeah, indeed, somewhat. And honestly, well, I have never been the biggest fan of Call of Duty. I've played up until Modern Warfare, where I was like, okay, I see what you're trying to do, but me being more solo focused or single player focused, I never liked the approach to single player. I much prefer arena shooters or the fast-paced Doomstar campaigns over the slower approach of Call of Duty, but I could appreciate the early ones for their effort to try and be historically accurate and all of that, so I could appreciate them. But the newer ones, they're just blending together. Yeah, and mix and mash. You're absolutely correct. I haven't found the time to give it a go yet, but I have downloaded it. And I'll be opening a hub here. Anybody who wants to join up. 3, 4, 3, 2. But also nowadays, I don't think anybody is the risk averseness of the general industry is very unfortunate. Not only in gameplay wise, because I do understand that at one point you have found great gameplay, and a shooter only needs so much iteration to remain fresh as long as the monsters are a lot more important than the weapons and the shooting in general. So, but yeah, What is the current price on Steam? I didn't need to buy it since I had acquired it a lot earlier. That's 20, I'm not sure. Let's see, 15 years old? Ooh, yeah, 16 years old. It is Activision, and I'm not. Welcome in. I don't think you have any preference on going to hunt something specific. Oh, how about Rajang? Fair enough. The PS3 emulation has come a long way, but it's still not quite there yet, especially for more demanding games. But yeah, if you do have them, I still have. I'm debating whether I should buy a new drive for my PS3 since the old one died recently, or if I should basically crack it and then go on from there. No, I'm not emulating. This is OG hardware. We were talking about PlayStation 3 emulation though. Honestly, and while that may be I think I wanted to finish up a thought with I had before with the price for prototype on Steam. A lot of companies don't understand that having such an old game at a more reasonable price, 15, I think around 15 is a much better price for a game that old. unless it is constantly updated. If that is the buy-in price for live service, I think that's a lot more fair. Yeah, the prices there are a bit too much. And Boza, yes, I do agree that Monster Hunter GU is the best Monster Hunter title. Sorry. And yeah, you need to reach high rank. I'd be happy to have you come join us, but I did forgot to get to bring something here. Ooh, bloody hell, he's painful. Prototype 1 was from 2009, and I think 3 years later, so 2012 for it. Yes, if it came out this year, it wouldn't be too... Well, it would not be a AAA release like it was back then, so price might not be necessarily simple, but honestly I think a decent team could have made Prototype this year with decent graphics similar to Expedition 33. And in that case, and it doesn't need to be quite as visually impressive as that game for it to be worth $40. Uh-oh. Okay, got away. I'm wondering if you can get it... I wouldn't doubt you can get a PS3 version of it for 20. But that then requires the hardware that a lot of people will not have anymore. My build is... I'm using Adept style longsword and currently sharpness up. Basically the armor as you see it, and then pushing sharpness up. And I got stoned here. Okay, I hope I'm not stunned here. Oh, bloody hell. Wrong direction trying to escape. And I did forget to bring the reinforcements. We don't have anything here. Okay. Then I'll need to be triple careful. I'll show you later, Bozoa, sorry. I am very much a longsword. I don't want to quite say expert, but I basically only use longsword. I'm very focused on it. Discovered it in Freedom Unite, and I've been going with it ever since. I'm sorry, but I do want to concentrate here a little bit more. Okay, hopefully this is not going to be a lemon, and I could sharpen properly. Okay, that was bad. Okay, he's jumping out into the big desert. I would have preferred a smaller area. Uh-oh, that was not well timed, and he is jumping back. Okay. Okay. Serious time over. Thank you for your patience. That did not quite go as I was thinking it should be going. Well, Fury, it's not something I would be able to answer you. As for the build, this is what I'm using. Sheath Sharpen because it's on the armor, Perception because nice to have, and this is also on the armor, and this is just me pushing it up. I didn't even need to push it. It had it from... the handicraft is the main reason why I currently still have the armor, and the Teostra, Anti-Teostra is very nice, so you don't need hot rings or so in the desert. Well, I'm currently not really looking for more damage. I'm happy with the sharpness, and I am trying to find an amulet that has preferably +6 or so sharpness, at least with a triple slot. If I can't have that, something like +5 handicraft, not sharpness, +5 handicraft with a triple slot would be about what I'll be looking for. Yeah, the Deviant grind is substantial. It's not as bad. It's not going to be as bad as any of the Deviant, I think, as the Deviant grind I am currently doing. So I don't think I wouldn't mind it very much, at least. That is, it's critical eye is nice. Again, I probably have a lot of the here is the normal armor. I haven't pushed it anywhere yet. Don't remember if he had GX armor or so. And I'm not sure if I ever finished. No, I do have him finished as well. That is honestly my position as well. Use what you want to use what food fits you, and I did want to take a look around, maybe having a bit more armor to choose from, so I can so not only ever showing one armor off on stream, but it is not of the hugest priority, so but if I find that talisman, I'll be looking into what other armors might be fitting there. No, still needs to go up. And if I don't do this properly, immediately it's going to be a huge mess later on. I'm at fire. Here is thunder. 6 is over 3. That is 5. That is 8. 4 and 8. Well, I do want every fully upgraded longsword in the game, and I am not missing a lot of them. I think there is 1, maybe 2 that I still need to slot in here, and then I'll have the basic collection complete, and then I just need to upgrade them all, which is also a little bit of a grind. And this is basically, this is a good third of the hours just grinding this. Another third the armors, I'd say, and then some hunting for fun and stuff. And of course lately the Deviant grind. That being said, is there something else we could go hunt, which also would give me, I'm not really looking forward to hyper. Yeah. How about a castle? I am still requiring her material for upgrades. Castle on the Run, there it is. Nothing special. Well, if I get lucky. If not, I am not going in with a negative either, so nice. I'll be bringing on the proper set. Let me do this. Let's fill this up. And I'll go buy some potions. How are these looking? A little used, but not too bad. Okay, now that I have some time, let me go back. You know, you were talking about something Final Fantasy 14. Another Final Fantasy collaboration. I wasn't enthusiastic about Behemoth already in Worlds. I do understand that these collaborations can be a lot of fun and can also bring a lot of new people in. Fury, let me know when you have time. I'll be in the I'll just be in the prep area to quickly explain what I mean. So Monster Hunter has been doing such collaborations for ages. That is nothing new. No issue. So for example, this is very clearly a collaboration with Nintendo for Metroid. I don't have the suit, so I can't show it, but it is one of the. It is on the list to get made and then probably fused into something else. There are these collaborations. Some of them I don't quite always get. This is also, I think there's also some collaboration. Again, I'm not I'm not entirely aware of probably all of the stuff, and I haven't done all of the events yet. You need to get the tickets. But Monster Hunter hasn't been a stranger to collaborations, and I much prefer them putting on new armor that is a collaboration than monsters. Because monsters usually do not fit very well into the combat, and either you have people complaining that it is not enough how it should be with the monster close enough to where it's coming from, or it's not going to play very well. So taking monsters in collaboration is not a very good thing. I completely ignored Behemoth, and I completely ignored the collaboration with Witcher. Yeah, that is what I would want to see in a collaboration over, honestly, basically anything else. Make weapons, make armor collaboration, but no, there shouldn't be monster collaborations. Okay. Let's go fill the castle. Honestly, there are not a lot of games that can do collaborations very well. Fighting games usually tend to work out quite well. But even there, it's not necessarily looking great all the time. If the game styles are very different, for example, Street Fighter and Tekken, the character doesn't translate great into the new game. It's not going to be as catastrophic as others, but I do think, for example, that Akuma in Tekken doesn't fit really well, even if they did manage to really make it, in a way, make sense from a lore perspective. Okay, why? Okay, that's why. Okay, Castle 2. Okay, and I absolutely need to stop thinking about finding some time to sharpen here. There we are. Okay. Okay, this seems to be all golden silk. Oh, and I have just had a question that is going to lead to a lot of discussion, I'm guessing. Best version of Proof of a Hero. In my opinion, it is still Freedom Unite or Freedom 2 Freedom Unite's version. The last time I can remember having heard Hunters go forth as well. So, what is your favorite version of at least Proof of a Hero, since I haven't heard the other one in a long time? Okay, and a time-worn charm. I'm not seeing any other blinking moments anymore. Or blinking spaces anymore. I hope I get some of the material I need for the upgrades. No worries. Some golden egg, some shards, some double commendations. Yeah, I'll be taking you for melding purposes. So, I think his longsword is one of those I haven't even... Yeah, I still need iridescent carapaces. And I'm not sitting down to really push those. Atsukanlos, Borealis, Akanto. Okay, I did finish Nesset already. So I have his armor completed. I was honestly hoping for a few more iridescent carapaces. No, honestly, I do need to get through them a bit more through the event quests. I do want to know what I have still been missing out on. And even here, I do at one point think I do need to go through and see if we're not finding anything nice. I'll be fusing up. I still need more Nakakos material here. Do I have... I don't think I do. That might be one of the long swords that I'm still missing. No, these are good. Unlike in Freedom Unite, these are not going to be... Okay, I'll just have a quick look because I... There we are. Honestly, let's go for it. I do want it. That would be a high rank Ukanlos. The Fin Plus is not yet G rank material. Weakener, I'm not sure that is counting for him. And I have 2 chances of Lucky Cat. Let's take this version. I'm going with the big one, and honestly, I need to remember to bring in the Provision Division again as well. It is not hugely troublesome if I don't bring them, but I'll just be using that many less Mega Potions, which is nice. And bloody hell, time was flying by today. Only have about time for 2 more quests, unfortunately. Didn't even realize it was already this late. Poke Chief. Good old Chief. Honestly, from the fairly little that you do see from characters, she is... No, let me put that correctly. From what little you see from characters in the old games, she is, I think, my favorite village chief. Okay. I do want to find the timing therefore again. Shouldn't be blighted for too long, so let's have another one here. Perfect timing for the tail here. That is that shovel broken once. And I didn't have the opportunity to dodge through that. And that was a double break. Okay, you're on me. Okay, you're on me. Okay, I'm happy this is not the big one because I'm not getting the timing in. Maybe that is the reason though. Maybe it is that the timing between G rank and high rank is different enough that currently I'm not finding my stride here. But that was a very nice run regardless. Or do we... Okay, not sure. I thought I had an expression here, but apparently I do not anymore. I speak 4 languages fluently and I'm learning a 5th one. Fluently I speak German, French, Luxembourgish and English, and I'm currently learning Japanese. It feels a lot more stressful when you have to do that for school. Luxembourg, where I live, is a rather small country, and so knowing the neighboring languages is quite important, and also knowing English is also reasonably so considered quite important. So a lot of time is dedicated for it. I still understand that, yes, this is an anomaly, and a lot of people don't speak that many languages, but still, it didn't feel like such a great thing in school when you had to work through all of that. But thank you. And that is already quite nice. Spanish is a language I do not have that much contact with. If I were to take another European language, I think I would want to go for Portuguese, or because of family history, I might also do Dutch. But currently I do want to master Japanese, even though it is slow going. Okay, French French can be a very annoying language. Its orthography, how it is written, is an absolute mess. It is that mess, unfortunately, on purpose. And that's not a joke. Back in the day, the l'Académie Française, which is responsible for the French language, basically, has decided that it should not be an easily written language, so that you can more easily distinguish between the aristocracy wasn't the case anymore, so the well-educated people and the others, let's put it like that. So written French is unfortunately a mess. Okay, let's go for G rank. Yeah, let's go G rank Kyostra. I can just go very easily go fetch the claw another time. He'd be fire, so not all that important. So you do not have anybody. Do you have a teacher, or are you learning online? Because if you do not have somebody who's helping you with pronunciation, that can be a hassle to learn it properly, and if you don't get the tone of the language into your ear, then it's going to be hard to understand it as it is spoken, especially since a lot of fluent and especially native speakers will be speaking very, very quickly. Okay, hyper. Teosta, I haven't had this one. Okay, I see. Yeah, so okay, I'm not sure about the curriculum. Then exactly, but you need to hear the language somewhat spoken at a decently slow speed so that you can follow along and then understand what is being said. Which I do understand is not always easy and quick to do. Actually, no. For me, the quickest pass is the other way around. Okay, yeah. Come on. I'm playing in such a manner that during combat I really do not need infinite stamina, but as soon as I'm starting to run over, I always feel like I wish that for these moments I basically had infinite stamina. And I'm getting immediately exploded as I come in. Okay, he's taking care of the head. Let me get the wings. And tail. Oh, bloody hell. I do need to heal up a little here. Okay. Deep breath. This is such a waste of potions at the moment. Okay, he is angry again. Okay, very nice. Okay, and the pummeling recommences. I'm not going to be as silly as before. I'm going to be more careful when and where I heal up. And that is him fleeing off. Fleeing off. Just fleeing ought to have been enough. Okay. Let's take the time, if we're here already, to okay, the horn should be now broken. There is the tail. And he wants to go take a nap. And here he comes, crashing down. And I'll be doing a little bit of mining. Oh, some charms. That is a nice chance to get what I'm looking for. Okay. 2 gems. Nice, but not all that useful. Blunt protection. Okay, there's a lot for the next melding cycle. Which, unfortunately, will either be under the week or next weekend, since we have unfortunately reached the end of stream today. So thank you all of you who came in to watch, and thank you Fury for the hunts. It has been a lot of fun, so thank you very much for that. You're absolutely welcome. So I'll be there next weekend. I was just getting to the schedule. So since Fury has already brought it up, next weekend, more Monster Hunter. Saturday, I'm not exactly sure which one I'll be playing. Sunday, though, absolutely I'm going for more Generations Ultimate. Saturday, Freedom Unite, Freedom 1, For You. I have a lot of different possibilities there. If I can't decide, it'll be more Generations Ultimate, and also if I am playing something in solo mode, don't hesitate to ask me to switch to have some hunts together. That is, I am absolutely open for that, even if I forget to put it into the title. So next Saturday and Sunday are going to be my normal stream times from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European summertime. During next week, Monday and Friday, I'll be playing more Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor Overclocked. Really looking forward to more of that. Times are going to be, as usual, from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summertime. And on Thursday, I'll be playing more Dice and Step program. Again, on my usual Thursday times from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Summertime. Let me see. For raids, there are some people about. Let me reload the page. I have a feeling I am missing somebody. Okay, I'm not sure whether she has had some technical difficulties and it's just late. Or whether she was not on the list beforehand. Okay. Who else is there? We can go raid. Actually, it's online. We haven't raided her in a very, very long time. So we just raided yesterday. Okay, I was expecting more of my usual raid to be online. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and the one I wanted to raid is unfortunately not yet. It would have been nice because it would also have been her birthday. Unfortunately so. Do we have anybody playing another Monster Hunter maybe? For whatever reason, English Monster Hunter is not currently at its best. We might go for okay, I don't know him. As usual, if you do have any suggestions of a person we could raid, please do not hesitate. Okay, that is... I do really enjoy Starcat and I enjoy Elite Dangerous, but that doesn't feel like quite the best. Currently, she's still starting up. Yeah, I think in that case we'll be reading. Koneko, we haven't raided her in a long time. She's currently playing Our World. I hope that you are going to enjoy her stream. Although she has been streaming already for 7.5 hours, so I don't know how much longer her stream is going to be. But okay, that happens if people have some technical difficulties and can't quite start when they were planning to, which I am not blaming anybody for. I myself had a few technical difficulties over this weekend, so not going to blame anybody. But as usual with a raid, please be nice, please be kind, and I hope you're going to enjoy her stream as much as you did mine. I did the schedule announcements, short version, nothing unusual, over next week, and I'll be presenting Shin Megami Tensei Dyson Sphere and Monster Hunter on the weekend. So I hope to see you, and I hope that you are going to have a great rest of your Sunday, a great time until we do see each other again. I'll be wishing all of you goodbye.